Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
In Boston, NESN presents Boston Red Sox baseball. Tonight it's a series finale between the Red Sox and the Yankees. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo, and welcome to Red Sox baseball. For the second time this season, the Red Sox will go up against the tall left-hander, Randy Johnson. They had to face him on Sunday night to begin the season, and Johnson ended up with the victory against the Red Sox. He was matched up against David Wells back on April the 3rd. He has made 20 starts against the Boston Red Sox, but in 10 games in a career at Fenway Park, he's 4-2 with a 4.42 earned run average. The last time he pitched in a regular season against the Red Sox was back in 1998 as a member of the Seattle Mariners, pitched in the All-Star game here in the Midsummer Classic in 1999. And, of course, last year, the perfect game for the 40-year-old last season. He's 41 this season and still going strong. Tonight, as we welcome in Jerry Remy, the Red Sox will feature Bronson Arroyo.
Well, Bronson Arroyo like to do one thing different than he did a year ago, and that's pitch better at Fenway Park. Overall, it was a very solid season for Arroyo last season, but right here at home, only 3-5 with a 5.35 ERA, and that's certainly something he'd like to improve upon. It's not going to be easy tonight against this New York Yankee ball club. You know, one thing I think is kind of foolish, Don, is we're talking already about the possibility of Bronson Arroyo going to the bullpen when Wade Miller comes back. Wade Miller still has a lot of work to do, and a lot of things can happen between now and then. And that's one thing I don't think that Bronson should worry about at this point. Just go out, pitch a game like you did in Toronto, get good results, and then let things take care of themselves. If he's pitching good, they're not going to take him out of the rotation.
Last game of the series between the Red Sox and Yankees from a chilly Fenway Park. Red Sox got to go up against the tough lefty, the big unit. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Miller Beer, by New England Dodge Dealers, by Dunkin' Donuts, by New England Toyota Dealers, by Aflac, by New England Ford Dealers, and by Southwest Airlines. Hey, good evening once again, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway Park. A tad chilly tonight, seemingly much more chilly tonight than it was last night. The wind was not with us last night, appears to be to begin the ball game here tonight as the Red Sox and Yankees wrap up their 3-game series. And the Red Sox with a tough loss last night after winning game 1 of the series. The rubber game here today for Terry Francona's crew as the Red Sox begin the evening with a record of 3-5. The Yankees are at 500 at 4-4. And the matchup, as we highlighted in our open, has Bronson Arroyo matched up against Randy Johnson in tonight's action. A reshuffle of the Yankee lineup last night for Joe Torre, and he has done much the same here tonight. It worked last night against the likes of Curt Schilling. So the Yankees running Tony Womack back out there again, and some of the others in the Yankees lineup that we saw last night just about in the same spot. Bronson Arroyo took an extra long time warming up on this chilly night out in the bullpen. And lineups have been exchanged already. Randy Johnson now making his way in, but it did take Bronson a little while to get himself ready tonight.
Well, I imagine on a night like this, Don, it's a little bit cool here at the ballpark, and it does take a little longer than normal to warm up. I really think that both these clubs, the Red Sox and Yankees, are happy to see each other go separate ways for a while, I think, after this game tonight. You know, 6 games knocked off the schedule within the first week and a half. That's all we've been hearing is opening day with the Yankees, the 3 games there, opening day here, more games here. I think both clubs will be anxious to get this one over with tonight, hopefully come out on top, and then go see some other clubs for a while.
A lot of players looking forward to seeing the Tampa Bay Devil Rays and someone other than the New York Yankees, which will indeed be the case after tonight. As Bronson Arroyo ready to take the field with his teammates as the Red Sox take the field. As they do, let's take a look at the visiting New York Yankees starting lineup, brought to you by Rico. As I mentioned, the lineup very similar to last night. Tony Womack leading it off at second base. Derek Jeter at shortstop. Gary Sheffield in right field. Hideki Matsui in left. Alex Rodriguez back in the 5 spot at third base. Osada does the catching. Jason Giambi, who homered last night, the DH. Tino Martinez at first base, bats 8th. And Bernie Williams, who started slow, had a very good night last night in his new spot in the order, batting 9th. And in center field as the Yankees go up against Bronson Arroyo.
Last 10 starts for Bronson Arroyo, a perfect 6-0 record. His last loss coming last year, August 15th, against the Chicago White Sox. That win, that coming on opening night in Toronto, where he went 6 innings in that game, gave up 3 hits and 2 earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 4. In his career against the Yankees, in a total of 5 games and 4 starts, no record with a 4.94 ERA. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Lexus, and tonight it'll have Bill Miller at third base, Edgar Renteria the shortstop, Mark Bellhorn at second, and Kevin Millar at first. Left to right, Manny Ramirez, Johnny Damon, and Jay Payton, and Jason Veritek doing the catching for Arroyo. The Red Sox have made 6 errors in the 8 games they've played thus far this season.
And the umpiring crew, Greg Gibson has the plate tonight. Brian Runge at first base, Charlie Relaford at second, and Angel Hernandez, the umpire, at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenos noches, amigos.
A little bit cooler here tonight at Fenway Park for the Red Sox and the Yankees. And the finale of this 3-game series, as Tony Womack stands in to begin the ball game, getting the start at second base for New York. And the first pitch of this one is in there for strike 1. Womack starting the season hitting at .286. No homers and no runs driven in. He batted 9th throughout the season until last night. Backhanded by Renteria. The throw to first is in time. He got him on the way by. Nifty play on both ends.
How about that for strike? That looked to be a sure base hit for Tony Womack, but Edgar Renteria going down to his knees and throwing from his knees. And I don't know if I saw a tag down. We'll see again. Millar coming off the bag. There was no tag.
No tag, not even close. He was by him by the time he thought about it.
I mean, there's no question about that. He's by him. I think Millar's as surprised as anybody that he got the out call on that.
I wonder if he's going to check with anybody else, as Womack's going to head to the dugout while Torrey continues the conversation.
Well, I think the only umpire you could check with is the home plate umpire who would have a good look at that, as opposed to any of the others. As we look at it from down the line, here's the first base umpire is looking at. He may have thought there was a tag on the back, but I'll tell you what, according to our replays, that wasn't even close.
It was well by him when the motion starts for Millar on the tag. Starts it there, and he's already gone.
That is not a good call there.
The Red Sox will certainly take it. 1 down. Here's Derek Jeter. The Yankees shortstop off to a fine start. .344 batting average, a home run, and 3 runs batted in. Well, a hot shot by Womack, nicely gathered on the backhand by Renteria. Now a slow grounder to Millar, and there's 2 down.
Well, once again, the Red Sox trying to pitch Derek Jeter in. A good moving fastball that time from Bronson Arroyo back in, and the check swing by Derek Jeter. Veritek set up inside. There's that fastball getting right back in the hands of Jeter, and a nice easy out at first for Kevin Millar.
Two down for Gary Sheffield. Sheffield at .250 with a home run and 7 runs batted in. 1 for 4 with a sacrifice fly in the victory here last night for New York. A monster swing. He's had his problems against Bronson Arroyo. 18 at bats, just 4 hits for Gary Sheffield. A beach ball on this chilly night has come out onto the field in the triangle area. Gary Sheffield, 416 career home runs. He's in sole possession at the moment of 36th place on baseball's all-time list. As he takes a hack and fouls it off. He's got a very good series against the Red Sox. Last year finishing second in the American League Most Valuable Player voting to Vladimir Guerrero, who got the MVP in the American League. In the air to left center field. Damon on the run. So's Ramirez, and it'll fall in between. They'll throw to second base quickly, and Sheffield's got to dart his way back to the bag at first. Base hit into left center field with 2 down.
Now remember, now tonight, last night there was not much of a breeze at all, but the breeze tonight is blowing in, and it really kind of pushed that ball back in a little bit closer than I think both outfielders expected it to be. Damon apparently making the call as he goes in the slide. Can't quite get to it, but still only a single for Sheffield.
So the Yankees have their first base runner of the night. And here's Hideki Matsui. In the cleanup spot tonight for New York for the second straight night. .313 beginning to his season. 3 homers and 8 runs batted in. And a 2-run home run on opening night. And the second game of the season against the Red Sox hit another 2-run home run. Was 1 for 5 with a double here last night. And has cooled off a little bit after a very fast start. He now has 4 hits in his last 17 at bats. After the 1-1, he sends it into right center field for a base hit. Sheffield's headed for third base as Jay Payton fires it back in with 2 down. All of a sudden, the Yankees have runners at the corners.
Well, Matsui comes into the game as a .417 hitter against Bronson Arroyo. He gets the fastball here. A topspin ground ball, I should say line drive, quickly through the infield. And the Yankees have first and third with 2 outs.
With runners at the corners and 2 down, Bronson Arroyo has to face A-Rod. Very slow start to the season, hitting at just .229. He's had his problems defensively also to begin the year, oddly for him. And his position in the batting order has changed as well. For second straight night, he'll bat 5th. It is the first time since 1997 that he has batted 5th. And Joe Torre's new look lineup that worked well for him last night against Curt Schilling. Was 0 for 5 in the Yankees victory last night. The only one without a hit of the starting 9. To left center field, Ramirez on the run. He'll make the catch to end the inning, and the Yankees will strand 2. They get nothing. Red Sox coming up from Fenway. Yankees do not score in the top of the first. Red Sox coming up in the bottom of the first. Red Sox lineup brought to you by Dodge. Johnny Damon at the top of that Red Sox order as usual. In center field, Edgar Renteria bats second at shortstop. Manny Ramirez in left. David Ortiz the DH. Kevin Millar at first base. Jason Veritek doing the catching. Jay Payton in there as he was on opening night against Randy Johnson in right field. Bill Miller at third base. And Mark Bellhorn, who had last night off, back in there at second base, batting 9th. As the Red Sox go up against Randy Johnson, deals with ball 1 to Johnny Damon.
1-0 on the season. That win coming in his first outing against the Red Sox. 6 innings in 1 earned run. A no decision last time against Baltimore. Yankees had to come from behind to win that game. The unit was 6 innings, 8 hits, and 4 earned runs in that game. So far total on the season, 10 strikeouts in the 2 starts.
Damon showing bunt and offers after the pitch.
Yeah, both Tino Martinez and A-Rod were very close inside the first base bag and third base bag. Now with 2 strikes, obviously they'll move back.
Johnny Damon has hit safely in 6 straight games. And over the last 6 games, he's gone 10 for 29, a .345 batting average. Last year did well against lefties, off to a .286 start against left-handed pitching, but strikes out here to begin things in the bottom of the first inning.
Slider that time from Randy Johnson to pick up the strikeout. 2 strikes, the breaking ball, and completely freezing Damon.
One down for Edgar Renteria. Nice defensive play to begin the ball game, and a hot shot that he was able to back in on Tony Womack. The Red Sox got very lucky as Millar was able to dig it out and missed the tag, but got credit for the tag by first base umpire Brian Runge for the first out of last inning. Renteria skies one to short right field. Sheffield making his way in. 2 down as the wind played with it at the end.
Yankee defense is brought to you by New England Toyota dealers, and A-Rod will be at third base. Derek G to the shortstop. Tony Womack at second and Tino Martinez at first. It's the same as last night. Matsui Williams and Sheffield in the outfield, and Posada behind the plate. The Yankees with 5 errors in the 8 games they've played.
Two down in the inning, and here comes Manny Ramirez, who normally crushes left-handed pitching. That is not the case against Randy Johnson. Manny's just 4 for 22 in his career against Randy Johnson.
That's interesting, Don. I was reading the scouting report the Red Sox have on Johnson, and a lot of times they put velocity on there on his fastball. From Johnson, it ranged from 89 to 99.
Wow.
You don't see that big a spread very often.
Popped up back at first. Tino Martinez ranging into foul ground. And it's the 1-2-3 first, as it was on opening night for Randy Johnson. He does it again here tonight. Scoreless at the end of 1.
Sold more than 2.5 million tickets, the most they've ever sold by the state. So be sure to get your tickets now for the rest of the season. Tickets are still available for select games throughout the season. Call 877-RED SOX 9 to check availability. Be sure to visit Fenway Park. It never gets old.
Top half of the second inning. 6, 7, and 8 featured for New York. Jorge Posada, Jason Giambi, and Tino Martinez to face Bronson Arroyo. Posada with a .320 start. No homers and a run batted in. Was 2 for 4 in last night's game.
The bottom of the lineup did a lot of damage last night. 2 hits for Posada, 2 for Giambi, 3 for Bernie Williams.
Put it on the hands and popped up foul off third. Miller and Veritek, and Miller will make the sliding catch.
Well, that had collision written all over it, but at the last minute, both guys go into the slide. Veritek into the slide, and then Miller into the slide, and Miller calls off for Veritek and makes the catch. See him check out Veritek, and then when he realized that Jason couldn't get to it, that's when Bill called for it. Goes into the slide and makes a great catch.
So some good defense turned in here by the Red Sox in the early going. One down for Jason Giambi, who connected for his second home run of the year last night. A 2-run shot. So he went 2 for 4 in the game. Kurt Schilling last night taking the loss in his first outing of the season. Line with the shift on into right field, up over the head of Mark Bellhorn, who is playing in right field. And Payton getting it back quickly. A 1-out single for Jason Giambi.
Well, even with the shift and Bellhorn back in short right field, the line drive is going to be to Bellhorn's left. Can't catch up to it. Giambi looking out at Bellhorn saying, you know, get out of there.
Martinez.
Giambi and Bellhorn, they were teammates in Oakland, I believe. Yeah.
Yes. 1 out, 1 on. Tino Martinez. $167 for Tino Martinez so far, signing a 1-year contract with the Yankees, a club option for 2006. Last year, remember the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, a chance for him to go home. But really coming back to New York after 3 years of his absence in New York, it was really like a homecoming for him. The largest reception that any Yankee received on opening night at Yankee Stadium, and really continued throughout that first series. And down the right field line towards Canvas Alley. A nice catch by a fan who brought his glove. Looks like Doug Flutie. It is Doug Flutie. How about that? I was going to say, it was a very athletic play coming from a great athlete.
Can you imagine the luck in that, right?
Yeah.
A line drive in the stands with a guy with a hat on, a leather jacket, a Red Sox Parker, and he brings his gloves. Doug Flutie.
That's great. You know what amazes me about Doug Flutie, and I know it's been said many times before, I had a chance to meet him last year at the AAA All-Star game, is his size. I mean, you know how small he is, but to think that you have these incredible defensive linemen in the NFL who want to kill him, and to think that he played all those years. He's about to meet Eric Freed, which I'm sure is going to be very exciting for him. He so lifted in down the right field line. Jay Payton over towards the pole, and it will go foul. Let's go down to Eric Freed. Eric?
You know, that one came close, too, so I'm glad Doug Flutie's here. All right, we know you play hoop. We know a little something about football, but where did the baseball ability come from?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just hanging out being a kid, having fun. And I knew we were sitting near the baseline. I'm like, we're bringing gloves because they line them at you over here, and I'm not getting hit. But too funny. That's 4 games in a row that I've come to, and I've gotten the ball.
You've gotten 4 foul balls in your career.
4 consecutive games.
What are you, fighting off little kids to get foul balls there or something?
It just comes to me. You know, it's like the force.
The foul ball force. That had a lot on it, by the way, too. So it's a good thing you had the glove and you had the force, too.
We brought gloves because we were sitting low, and I said, that's what it's all about, by the way. I don't care how old you are. It's about getting a foul ball. He's beating the Yankees, but...
All right, well, part 1 is taken care of. The force got the foul ball. We'll see if the Yankee thing can happen, too, guys.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. That's great. 4 in a row. That's pretty tough to do.
I mean, people go, you know, lifetimes now getting a foul ball.
Bernie Williams had a great night last night, moving to his new spot in the order, now batting 9th for the Yankees. First time since 1995 that he has batted 9th in an order. As he batted 9th in the Yankees lineup back on July 2nd of 95 at Milwaukee. Only the 24th time in his career that he has batted 9th. And his solo home run and was 3 for 4 in last night's game. Also had a double. And it's starting to get hot. 6 hits in his last 13 at bats. Popped up. Malai running over towards the photographer as well. But
Flutie calls for it.
no.
That one caught by Tom Brady. Incredible what's going on here tonight.
Steve Grogan's got to be somewhere in the house. The ball and 2 strikes to Bernie Williams. Giambi at second. Tino Martinez at first. Arroyo missing up top. 2-2. Bernie Williams, the senior Yankee, in continuous service time with the club. This is his 15th season with the Yankees, 1991 through 2005. As now Veritek's going to go out and talk to Bronson Arroyo. Bernie Williams coming to the end of his contract, and some wonder whether or not he'll be back with the Yankees. Numbers over the last few years have certainly been down from what most are used to from Bernie Williams. He's put up some incredible numbers over the years, and batting 9th in the Yankees order, arguably the best number 9 hitter in the American League, as Joe Torre made the shuffle last night. Broken back grounder softly towards Bellhorn. He'll go to second for 1, and that'll do that. There's no chance for Renteria to get anybody else out. They do, however, dispose of Tino Martinez at second base, 2 down.
Man, one thing you don't want to have happen on a night like this, as cool it is be jammed, and at that time, a bit of a jam job there, as it's not hit hard enough for a double play. Just the 1 out at second base, a little fake to first, and Renteria checks third to make sure that runner was not rounding the bag too far.
So 2 down, runners at the corners for the Yankees. They threatened in the first inning. This was the same situation they had last inning. The 2 down runners at the corners when Alex Rodriguez flied out to left center field on a ball that hung up long enough for Manny Ramirez to run down out in left center field. Arroyo trying to get out of a very similar jam here in the second inning.
First and third, you always have to be aware of even a bunt with 2 outs with Tony Womack at the plate. It's always a possibility.
Lined and caught. Nicely done by Bellhorn. A late lunge, but he pulls it in. The Yankees, for the second straight inning, strand 2, are scoreless.
There are now many ways to enjoy the Red Sox at Fenway Park beyond the 81 games of the regular season. Catch all the new Red Sox publications, the world-class media guide, yearbook, and Red Sox magazine. Book your cabin on the Red Sox cruise, reserve your slot at the Red Sox fantasy camp, and schedule your celebration or party at Fenway when the team is on the road. For information on all of these programs, call 877-RED-SOX-9.
Ortiz, after the first pitch of the inning, it finally comes down and into the glove of Derek Jeter. A ball that was skied out towards short left field, and Randy Johnson has retired the first 4 that he's faced tonight. The Sox not waiting around on Randy Johnson, certainly not wanting to get down in the count, and they've been very aggressive against Johnson.
First pitch fastball hitting is Ortiz, and the pop up to Derek Jeter at shortstop.
Randy Johnson with 4 outs on 10 pitches. As Kevin Millar takes ball 1. Millar 1 for 5 in the series. A 2-run single in the 3rd inning on Monday, which snapped an 0 for 10 skid. The Red Sox able to win the first game of the series. An 8-1 victory on opening day here at Fenway Park. Then the loss last night. 5 for 25 in his career against Randy Johnson.
Talk about one of the more menacing pitches in the league. I mean, in his younger days with that long hair and, you know, being about 6'10" on the mound, throwing about 98 miles an hour. Intimidation, I guess so. And wild, too.
Which is extremely scary. Remember when he hit Mike Greenwell in the head here? '41-year-old left-hander. The 2-2. Did he go? They'll check. No, he did not. Says Brian Runge, and a full count now to Millar.
I don't think Johnson's been real happy with a couple of the calls by the home plate umpire Gibson in this inning. He thought this was a strike, never mind the swing or lack of swing. He thought he had it for a called strike.
Randy Johnson out of USC. Resides in Scottsdale, Arizona during the offseason. 6'10", 231 pounds. Millar turns on this. Deep left field. It's off the wall. Matsui plays the care. Millar tumbles around the bag at first, and he'll have to retrace his steps. He went down as he got around first. Just tripped and fell to the dirt. Not much of a chance to get to second base anyway.
This is the pitch that Randy Johnson thought probably should have been called a strike. He did not get it, and then Millar with the fastball off the wall. Millar rounding first base, tripped and went into a head-first slide. So any thoughts of going for two had to stop at that point. Here's Millar tripping over the bag. I'd imagine after the game he may get a little abuse in the clubhouse about that.
Well, he's got the uniform dirty. 1 out. The Red Sox have their first base runner of the night. First hit off Randy Johnson. Jason Veritek back in there tonight. 348 for Veritek. Sits safely in 5 of his last 6 games. Veritek hitting his 99th home run in a Red Sox uniform at Toronto last Friday, leaving him 1 shy of becoming the 26th player to have 100 home runs in his Red Sox career. Swing and a miss. Won't get one this time. Second strikeout for Randy Johnson.
Those strikeouts for Johnson tonight coming on the breaking ball. It was Johnny Damon to lead off the game, and 3 pitches here to Jason Veritek. Hard to tell, Don, whether that was a slider or a changeup from Johnson. Now it looks like the slider rotation.
Two down. Jay Payton back in there tonight, as he was on opening night against Randy Johnson. John Nixon getting the night off, at least to begin the ball game. Jay Payton, a veteran of 8 years in the major leagues between the Mets, Rockies, and Padres before coming to the Red Sox. Fouled off to the right. 0-2 to Payton.
Each time the Red Sox win at Fenway Park, Hood donates $1,500 to the children's hospitals throughout New England through the Hood Home Team Advantage charity program.
On opening night, Payton went 1 for 3 against Randy Johnson and the Yankees. And an RBI single to drive in the Red Sox first run of the season at Yankee Stadium. In a game they eventually lost. Of course, David Wells on the mound for the Red Sox in that first game. Payton drives one to deep center field. Bernie Williams back looking up, and it is gone. Welcome to Boston, Jay Payton. A 2-run shot as the Red Sox on top of Randy Johnson and the Yankees. 2-0.
Jay Payton picking up his 2nd career home run against Randy Johnson. Straight away center field against the breeze here tonight at Fenway Park. Did Doug Flutie catch that one too?
No, he didn't make it out to center field. Bill Miller grounding one out towards Jeter. Throws him out, and the Red Sox are gone, but not before Payton. It's a 2-run home run.
Sox lead thanks to Jay Payton's 2nd career home run off Randy Johnson. Fastball down and out over the plate and straight away center field for Jay Payton. First home run in a Red Sox uniform.
Derek Jeter leading it off in the top half of the 3rd inning. Jeter grounded out to first base, 3 unassisted back in the 1st inning. Yankees captain lines one into right field. Off the box as Peyton plays it. Jeter thinking two, and he's into second base with a double to begin things in the top half of the third inning. First extra base hit of the night for New York.
Well, that's that inside-out swing by Derek Jeter, slicing that ball to the opposite field. It does not hit that part of the wall that caroms out that would maybe keep it to a single. It gets by that, and once it does, it's a two-base hit for Jeter. You can see by that swing why teams and pitchers try to pitch him inside. But that inside-out swing can take a ball that's from the middle in and still move it to the opposite field.
Jeter in scoring position for Sheffield. Doesn't waste any time out after the first pitch. Jay Payton there to make the catch. No further advance for Jeter. One down. Here comes Matsui, who had a first inning single. One of 4 New York hits. The Yankees out hitting the Red Sox right now 4-2. Had opportunities through the first 2 and have been unable to convert against Bronson Arroyo. Left runners at the corners in each the first and second innings tonight. And they are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position as Matsui stands in. To left field and deep. Ramirez back on the dirt of the track, and he's going to have to play it off the scoreboard. Jeter coming around to score, and the Yankees have cut the lead in half as they grab their first run of the night. Matsui with a double.
Manny Ramirez tries to deke Derek Jeter as long as possible, thinking that there might be a catch on this. He goes back to the wall, then he peels off, and here comes Jeter around to score the first run for the Yankees. So Matsui again doing damage here to the Red Sox.
He's got 7 hits against Bronson Arroyo in his career. 4 of them are for doubles. Alex Rodriguez flying out to left field back in the first inning.
Lost the 2 major episodes between Bronson Arroyo and A-Rod last year. The one that started the fight here at Fenway Park with A-Rod and Veritek. Arroyo hitting him with a pitch, and of course that play in the playoffs. Going down the first baseline.
Popped up. Millar straddling the line now into foul ground. And there's 2 down. Matsui stays at second base. This was July 24th of last year, of course, the fight. As Bronson Arroyo, who lived inside pretty much all season long, a lot of hit batsmen, and of course this is what ensued afterwards. And of course later in that game on July 24th, a walk-off home run for Bill Miller, Mariano Rivera. And a strange play last year in the playoffs on the slap out of the glove. Osada fouled out his first time up as he takes strike 1. This was game 6 in the American League Championship Series at Yankee Stadium. And at first the play went on, and of course he ended up at second base for a little bit until the umpires got together and then made the ruling. Inside to Posada.
We were back in the studios here, Don. Of course you were at that ball game, and we were digging through rule books trying to find the official rule, and we just couldn't come up with anything.
Nothing really in there saying about slapping a ball out of a glove. One thing that, you look at all the hit batsmen that Bronson Arroyo has had, really to be successful, he has to live inside, and I don't think he's ever going to change the way he pitches. At least he can't, to be successful in the future. 4-3. Posada retired to run for the Yankees. 2-1 Boston. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Citgo, by New England Jeep Dealers, and by Foxwoods Resort and Casino. Bottom half of the third inning. Mark Bellhorn leading it off. The Red Sox on top 2-1. Ramon Vasquez getting the start at second base last night for the Red Sox. Bellhorn back into the starting lineup tonight. A .259 batting average. Bellhorn has hit, or I should say has reached base safely in 6 of 7 starts to begin the year for the Red Sox. He has 9 strikeouts and 11 at-bats against Randy Johnson.
Most of the fastballs so far for Johnson have ranged between 90 and 93 miles an hour.
We've not seen the 98 that he's capable of, or at least that is listed in the scouting report. Swing and a miss. 10th time that Bellhorn has struck out against Mark Bellhorn in his career. Let's check in with Eric Fried. Eric?
As Johnny Damon gets set to come to the plate, you know the Red Sox weren't really looking forward to this night. Bitterly cold and Randy Johnson on the mound. So I asked Johnny Damon, what's the secret? What is he going to try to do? What are the Sox going to try to do to score runs against RJ?
He's a great pitcher, but I think our team is a great hitting team, and we're going to need to do some things we don't necessarily do all the time. You know, maybe drop down a bunt, steal a base here or there, but we're going to have a good game plan against them, and hopefully he's not sharp, because if he's sharp, it's going to be real tough to beat.
Obviously, Jay Payton went the other way with a 2-run home run. The Red Sox as a team this year, only 2 stolen bases here early in the season. And Damon now 0 for 4 this year against Randy Johnson with 2 strikeouts. Don.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. Damon, as you mentioned, the strikeout victim back in the first inning. His first at bat against Randy Johnson. It's part of the Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Arroyo pitch in there for a strike. Randy Johnson coming over to the Yankees in January. The Yankees sent Javier Vasquez and a couple of prospects over to the Diamondbacks. This one misses 4-4 to Damon. 1-out walk. And here's the aforementioned commercial with Dunkin' Donuts and Theo Epstein that Johnny Damon did.
Dude, promise me you will not say anything.
Introducing chocolate strawberry and chocolate banana flavored iced lattes from Dunkin' Donuts. So good, you'll have to share them.
So we're cool, right?
You know what? I'm still a little thirsty. Thanks, Johnny.
Check on first, and Damon back to the bag. Johnny has been doing all kinds of different things. Of course, his book is out now. He's been doing some book signings. Did one in New York. It was highly successful. He was sort of interested to see how that would work out in the heart of Yankee country. Takes off. Ball dropped by Posada, and he steals second base.
Well, just as Eric Fried said, they're going to try to do some things different, and Johnny Damon off with the pitch. The high leg kick. And the rush by Posada can't make the transfer from the glove to the throwing hand, and Damon has his 3rd steal of the season.
Renteria puts a charge into this one into deep left field. It's back and into the monster seats. 2-run home run for Edgar Renteria. The second 2-run shot of the night for a Red Sox newcomer. And Boston leads it 4-1.
Renteria gets the breaking ball, a slider from Johnson that stays up in the zone. You see Johnson's head drop as soon as contact was made. He knew that ball had a chance to get out of here. So the home run ball doing Randy Johnson in here earlier. 2-run home run by Payton, his second off Johnson, and Renteria has his second off Randy Johnson.
Red Sox with their newcomers tonight pitching in a big way. Jay Payton with a 2-run home run. Edgar Renteria with a 2-run shot. Both having faced Randy Johnson in the National League over the last few years. It was Ramirez with a big swing and a miss. Of course, Jay Payton doing his work primarily with the Padres lately. And Edgar Renteria, of course, a longtime St. Louis Cardinal and Florida Marlin. Down the right field line. And backing out of play beyond Canvas Alley. Randy Johnson up to 41 pitches through 2 1/3 innings. Did he go? He did. Ramirez offering, and he strikes out for a strikeout for Randy Johnson.
Three of those strikeouts have been on the slider, this time down and into Manny. Manny can't hold up the bat. Close, but the umpire making the call immediately.
2 down for David Ortiz. He swung at the first pitch. His first time up, popped out to the shortstop. In order for the Yankees to obtain Randy Johnson, one of the guys they sent away was Javier Vazquez. Tough guy to figure out. Last year had a terrific first half for the Yankees, and then everything went south for him in the second half, and it just did not work out.
I thought watching Vazquez, the way he threw, that at some point in his young career that he would become like maybe the ace of this Yankee staff. Instead, just a total disaster in the second half of the season, and moved to pick up Randy Johnson.
Jerry, it's not improved much this year. The Diamondbacks in 7 innings, he's given up 12 earned runs to begin this season. So getting out of New York has not exactly fixed the problem for Javier Vazquez. Ball and 2 strikes to David Ortiz. And on the hands, manages to foul it off beyond the Red Sox dugout. This Randy Johnson, May 18th of last year, pitching the 17th perfect game in Major League history. As he beat the Atlanta Braves 2-0, striking out 13. And at age 40, he was the oldest to ever have a perfect game. 2-2 now to Ortiz.
Interesting comments by Sheffield in the paper today, talking about true warriors, guys that are intimidating, you know, that are left in the game. Guys like Johnson, Schilling, Clemens, Pedro.
Back-to-back strikeouts, a 2-run home run for Edgar Renteria. The Red Sox on top 4-1. Time now for the Aflac trivia question. And our question tonight, how many pitchers in Major League history have won multiple Cy Young Awards?
Many.
There are several.
Many.
List.
A lot more than you would expect. Many.
So the answer for you in the next half inning. Randy Johnson giving up 2 home runs. Only gave up 2 home runs in a game once last season. Did on August 24th of last year. He's given up 2-run home run to Jay Payton, 2-run home run to Edgar Renteria. Jason Giambi leading it off in the top of the 4th. The Yankees have had their opportunities tonight. They have stranded 5 men on base through the first 3 innings. They did gather a run last inning. Giambi singled to right his first time up.
You know, ESPN has done about as many Red Sox games this year as we have, and they're here again tonight. And the Boomer doing the game. He was here last night, doing it again tonight, along with Rick Sutcliffe.
Congratulations to Chris Berman, who will turn 50 in, what did he say, about 6 days. He just had his 50th birthday party.
Yeah, he's thinking about retiring at 50, but he's got a couple of kids in college, so he can't do that.
Gonna wait on that idea. He's getting ready for the big NFL draft coming up, which is always a huge event for him. Mel Kiper and others.
Spent many days here at Fenway Park watching Red Sox baseball.
To Brown University, the second base, and it's Renteria on the shift. He throws out Giambi. Bellhorn's out in right field. They go 6-3 for the first out of the inning.
Well, Giambi hitting through the shift with a line drive the first time up, but that time Renteria pulled way over to the second base side. Makes the play.
One down for Tino Martinez. Popped up foul, backing out of play off to the left.
You know, Don, I'm getting ready to read this Sports Desk promo for tonight, and they've got a packed show tonight. They may not have room for us. I mean, there's a load of stuff on here tonight in Sports Desk.
All kinds of things going on. That's probably why. I bet you they're going to talk about the Washington Nationals who play their first home game tonight.
That should be exciting, really, down in Washington. Yep. They've been waiting for baseball for a long, long time.
President Bush was to throw out the first pitch there, as this one is grounded into center field for Tino Martinez.
Well, here it is, as advertised tonight on Sports Desk. The Celtics have clinched a playoff spot, and the magic number is 2 to clinch the division. We go one-on-one with Antoine Walker. Also tonight, highlights and post-game reaction from the Sox Yankees, and the nation's capital welcomes back baseball as the Washington Nationals play their home opener. Join Hazel May for Sports Desk, immediately following Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra.
Didn't mean to ruin it for everybody there. I jumped ahead. I didn't realize that was actually part of it. Bernie Williams batting with 1 out and 1 on. Tino Martinez with a single. He stands at first. The Yankees with 6 hits tonight off Bronson Arroyo.
The Nationals have sold 20,000 season tickets, I believe, somewhere in that neighborhood. And there are those who believe if they play well, they could draw 3 million in Washington this season, which would be terrific.
They're apparently sharing TV rights along with the Baltimore Orioles for that area, which I guess solves some of the problems for Baltimore. They were certainly against having a team that close to them in the region. But if you share the advertising dollar and some of those things, I guess it makes sense for everybody. And if they draw that many, then everybody can certainly be successful. We do have some exciting players to watch on that team as well. The 1-1. In there for a strike. Bernie Williams looking back.
Bronson Arroyo with the breaking ball. Bernie didn't quite agree, but it looks like it does pick up the outside corner. A nice job tucking that glove in toward the plate by Jason Veritek.
Well, are not holding on. Tino Martinez not blessed with a lot of speed. Same general area, but that one a little bit further off the plate.
Tried the same thing, but this time outside.
Bronson Arroyo does not have a strikeout tonight. Inside this time in a full count.
It gets Bernie thinking about that outside breaking ball. Then he tries one inside and just missed the inside corner. See so many pitches away, you start leaning out over the plate. Tried it inside, but just missed.
Arroyo in his last outing over 6 innings had 4 strikeouts against the Blue Jays in his victory. There goes Tino Martinez. The pitch is ball 4. And Bernie Williams aboard. Martinez did have 3 stolen bases last year, and he was off with the pitch this time, but Bernie Williams walks, and the Yankees have 2 on.
Well, the Yankees have had base runners in every inning, but to this point only the 1 run.
They have been 1 for 7 tonight with runners in scoring position, and they have left 5 men on base through the first 3 innings. Tony Womack's 0 for 2. He's grounded to short and lined out to second base. Arroyo starts off ahead. Brought up a good point last inning. You were talking, I think, about Gary Sheffield, who said that there are, was it Sheffield said less?
Yeah.
And it seems like there are less intimidating figures in the game now.
Well, he mentioned the names, of course, of Kurt Schilling, Roger Clemens, Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez. You know, guys who are intimidating by the way they pitch, not afraid to move guys off the plate. And that's why they've been so successful throughout their careers.
Seems like in your era there were a lot more of those guys hanging around. The Gossages and some of those guys who were just, and you hit Gossage well, if I'm not mistaken. This is on the ground left side. Renteria to second base, and they do get the force out on Bernie Williams. Tino Martinez on the way by sort of served as a screen briefly, but Renteria able to gather it.
You know, there are reasons guys stay around and pitch into their 40s, and it's obviously because they're very talented, but also there's a little something extra there. You know, they know how to pitch. They know how to intimidate. They know how to move guys off the plate. They know how, as they get older, to train and take care of themselves, and maybe better than what they did when they were younger. That's why they hang around. Look at Roger Clemens. I mean, it's unbelievable what this guy's done.
There's Derek Jeter with runners at the corners and 2 down. Jeter is grounded out to first and doubled.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Clemens last night got hooked up in a 0-0 ball game, right? Had to leave it. Ended up losing 1-0.
And that's won it in the 11th inning, 1-0. Jose Reyes with an RBI single. Strike from Arroyo, and the count 1-1. Away, and Jeter doesn't chase.
Bronson Arroyo, one of the strangest follow-throughs. I mean, he'll make the pitch and then almost jump toward first base as he falls off the mound.
As a result, what kind of position does he leave himself in?
Not a good fielding position, that's for sure.
This one misses, and it's 3-1.
Yeah, on the breaking ball that time, it's really not as obvious it is on a fastball. This time going with the breaking ball, stays inside to Jeter.
Caught off by Jeter, and it's a full count now. League leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. And speaking of longevity, since 1995, Pedro Martinez with 2.66 earned run average. Randy Johnson second. And Schilling in the top 5. First and third, 2 down. The 3-2 pitch to Derek Jeter. Carved foul off to the right.
A lot of that work done by Pedro, too, in the American League with the DH.
Tino Martinez at third, Tony Womack at first base, 2 down in the inning. Again, the 3-2, and he'll have to wait a bluff to third, bluff to first. He doesn't throw to either destination. Ball 4, he walks in. And Jeter down to first base. The base is now loaded. Third walk of the night given up by Bronson Arroyo.
Here's the follow through I was talking about. 3-2 pitch. It's a fastball, and you'll see Arroyo, after missing the outside corner, as he almost jumps toward that first baseline. Now, this will be interesting. Sheffield coming up the bases loaded twice. He has started him with breaking balls. Sheffield loves that first pitch.
Sheffield tonight a single to center, and he is flied to right.
Breaking ball again to start him.
Here comes Dave Wallace out to talk to Bronson Arroyo. 25 pitch inning so far for Bronson Arroyo, the most pitches he has thrown in any inning so far tonight. He's up to 68 pitches total as he works with 2 down in the 4th inning. The Red Sox have a 4-1 lead, but once again the Yankees are threatening. They've got them loaded with 2 down. They've left 5 men on base through the first 3 innings tonight. They've had base runners everywhere so far. To Sheffield. Strike, and it's 1-1. Sheffield with a look back. .279 with the bases loaded. This year he's had 2 sacrifice flies in this situation. Sheffield had 36 home runs last season for the Yankees. Swing and a miss. Monster swing after the breaking ball. It's 2-2.
Breaking ball, not a real good one. This one stayed inside, but Sheffield no contact. That's not where Arroyo wanted to lead that pitch.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Arroyo backs off. The 2-2. Fouled off down below us. Sheffield joining Fred McGriff is only the 2nd player in Major League history to hit at least 30 home runs in a season for 5 different teams. San Diego, Florida, LA, Atlanta, and now the Yankees. He's got the bases loaded, 2 down. And again, Arroyo staring in for the sign from Veritek. He's got it ready with the 2-2. Doesn't chase, and it's a full count.
And that time he tried to take something off the breaking ball. The last couple have been hard. That time a little bit slower, but again, Sheffield not biting. More of a curveball that time from Bronson.
Sheffield takes ball 4, and that'll bring in a run. From third base comes Tino Martinez, and now it's a 4-2 Boston lead. And the Red Sox, as Francona looks out, a strike 3 call there on Sheffield. Wants to know where the pitch was.
And the pitch, according to Gibson, was up high, and Tito going back and forth here, trying to get things settled with the home plate umpire.
Wow. Now Francona's going to come out. Ron Jackson had started out and then
threw somebody out of the game, and it might have been Ronnie Jackson.
Yeah. Papa Jack was on that top step.
Tito asking him, what did he say?
A long way away.
Yeah, I mean, really.
Jeez.
These dugouts at Fenway are as far away from home plate as you can get anywhere in baseball.
And there is Papa Jack.
Now, if you've been thrown out, you might as well get your money's worth.
Well, some of the Red Sox players coming out to assist in getting Ron Jackson off the field.
I'll tell you one thing about Papa Jack. When he gets hot, and it's not very often, when he gets hot, he gets real hot.
One of the nicest, most mild men in all of baseball, as we have seen. You know him very, very well from years in California.
Yeah. He is not the type of guy that will be yelling derogatory things toward an umpire, and that's why he's so upset. It's hard to believe that the umpire from that point could hear something that Jackson said from the dugout. When you're sitting on a bus next to him, you can hardly hear him.
This is what has the Red Sox bench incensed.
This is obviously a very close call, one that could have gone either way, and it certainly looked like a strike. And then after that, Tito got into it a little bit, very quietly with the home plate umpire, but then apparently you heard somebody say something, and that's when he threw Jackson out of the game.
Let's see if we can see Ron in that shot. There he is. He was up towards the front end of the dugout where he normally is. But again, how far is that away, and how much could Greg Dixon really hear?
And like Tito said when he went out there, what did he say? I mean, how can you tell from that distance? That's a quick hook.
Wow. Now Matsui drives one to deep right field down towards the pole, but it'll curl foul, fortunately for the Red Sox. The Yankees getting a run back in the inning, an RBI for Sheffield on the bases loaded walk. Matsui 2 for 2 tonight. A single and a double, and RBI. Into right field, a base hit. Womack scores from third. Jeter behind him. Payton's throw is cut off. The run is in, and the Yankees have tied the score at 4 aside. Matsui continues to feast on Bronson Arroyo.
Well, again, you go back to that pitch, and you have to. It was so close to Sheffield. Called a walk, brings up one of their hottest hitters, Matsui, who wears out Bronson Arroyo, and very quickly jumps on the fastball to tie this game up. Matsui already with 3 RBI in this game tonight. The throw from Payton's going to be a bit offline. That's why it's cut right there by Kevin Millar.
8 for 15 now is Hideki Matsui against Bronson Arroyo. 4 doubles, including a double tonight. Action in the Red Sox bullpen as Mike Myers gets up. Bronson Arroyo's had to throw 33 pitches in the inning and 76 total pitches on the night. Three walks in the inning, certainly the last one the most controversial, to Gary Sheffield, who now stands at second base. The rod is flied to left, fouled out to first base. Arroyo falling behind 2-0. Red Sox with leads tonight of 2-0 and 4-1. And the Yankees have battled back to tie it. Rolled foul outside of third.
Well, A-Rod not swinging the bat well, and they're on a 2-0 count. Not a good swing at all. He got the breaking ball 2-0, but just taps it down that third base line.
This will be pitch number 80 for Bronson Arroyo of the night. Fouled off, and it's 2-2.
Another look at the Sheffield 3-2 pitch. The breaking ball apparently called for being too high by the home plate umpire. We look at it from the side, and certainly didn't appear to be too high.
You know, you don't get that call, too. What a psychological hurdle it is then for Bronson Arroyo, and the Yankees have responded. This one looped to right. Payton coming full bore, won't get it. Falls in front of him. Around from second comes Sheffield. He'll score, and on to third base goes Matsui. The Yankees have pulled ahead 5-4.
Well, what a strange inning this has been, and the strange part is the walks. 3 walks in this inning. Then Matsui hitting a ball hard, and this ball blooped in by A-Rod into right field in front of Jay Payton. All these runs coming with 2 outs against Arroyo.
Ninth man to bat in the inning for the Yankees will be Jorge Posada, with Matsui at third and Alex Rodriguez now at first base.
And if Bronson Arroyo does not get Posada, that'll be the night for him. They've got Myers loose in the bullpen with Giambi on deck.
This will be the 40th pitch of the inning for Bronson Arroyo. In there for strike 1-1. And the Raspberry cheer going up at Fenway. Yankees have scored 4 times so far here in the 4th. This one back through Arroyo, but Renteria ranges and throws out Posada. The Yankees come up with 4 runs and lead it 5-4 at the end of 3.5. Now for the answer to our Aflac trivia question. And the question is, how many pitchers in Major League history have won multiple Cy Young awards? The answer is 13. Most, of course, belongs to Roger Clemens, who had 7. Randy Johnson has 5 of his own. 13 total. Steve Carlton with 4. Greg Maddux with 4. Of course, Pedro Martinez with 3. Well, newfound lead for Randy Johnson as he takes the hill here in the last half of the 4th inning. Controversial all-4 call.
Yeah, this call or non-call, however you may look at it, really changed that inning for the New York Yankees. Quickly following that, Matsui with a base hit to drive in 2, then A-Rod with a bloop hit to drive in 1, and New York goes back on top.
Millar, Veritek, and Payton expected here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Millar with a single his first time up. Red Sox being out hit tonight by the Yankees 8-3. Millar lifts one to shallow left. Jeter backpedaling. 1 down.
Your last chance to catch episode 4 of the PartyPoker.net Boston versus New York Poker Challenge is Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Then on Sunday after Red Sox baseball, it's an all-new episode at 6 o'clock and then again at 8 o'clock. PartyPoker.net Boston versus New York Poker Challenge, only on NESN.
One down for Veritek, a strikeout victim his first time up. This one is deep and far and way out of Fenway Park. Jason Veritek with his 100th career home run in a Red Sox uniform has tied the score at 5.
Well, how many people came to the park tonight expected to see at this point of the game 3 home runs against Randy Johnson, and this ball from Veritek was crushed over everything.
Yeah, Jay Payton taking a hack. Jay Payton, Edgar Renteria, and now Jason Veritek with all home runs tonight off Randy Johnson. And after the Yankees had given Randy Johnson a newfound lead, gives it right back on the home run by Veritek. Payton stays alive as the count remains 0-2. Jay Payton last year in San Diego, 143 games, had 8 home runs last season with the Padres. Home run back in the second, his first of 2005.
And now you got Randy Johnson upset, and you got the home plate umpire taking his mask off and yelling back at Randy Johnson.
Strike 3 call, and Jay Payton is strikeout number 6 for Randy Johnson.
You see the reaction from Johnson after that pitch. He threw the arm up, and feeling like that was the same one he threw on the pitch before. It was not a strike. All of a sudden, it is a strike. Watch the reaction from Johnson after the strike 3 call. That didn't sit well with the home plate umpire either.
And I'm sure Greg Gibson's anger level right now is a little bit at the maximum, as he has already thrown out Ron Jackson. Now to hear it from the other side, as Joe Torre had kind of a menacing stare in his direction. Up and away, 1-1 to Bill Miller. Grounded out to shortstop his first time up. First time since August 15th of 2003. Give it up to the Atlanta Braves, the same team that had a perfect game against.
Wow. Well, maybe the displeasure from Johnson may have got him that call.
Well, here comes Terry Francona. Obviously, you can't argue balls and strikes, and Gibson was about to throw him out. Now he will throw him out.
Yeah, you can't come out to argue balls and strikes. Terry knows he is gone as soon as he came out of the dugout. Coming in from second base and trying to get between Tito and the home plate umpire. This is going for both sides tonight. Both sides have not been happy.
So Terry Francona ejected for the first time this season.
You know, he saw the same thing we did. He saw the reaction from Randy Johnson, and then all of a sudden Randy gets a call like the last one. And that's about enough for Tito. He saw his hitting coach get thrown out. And he knew he was gone as soon as he walked out of the dugout. You can't argue balls and strikes. You know you're going to be gone.
Gibson started the thumb and then stopped and then went up with the thumb. And he is incensed the Red Sox bench. Not that the Yankees have been overly happy, as this one is grounded foul outside of third.
Again, a look at the pitch that was called a strike, appeared to be low. Gets the call that time. Now here comes Tito. He's going to take a peek over there and tell him to stay in the dugout. He's coming.
And then watch Gibson. He starts, then stops. This is what do you want? You want balls and strikes? See you later. And then Terry gets his 2 cents in. 2-2 the count to Bill Miller. In the air to right field, playable for Sheffield coming in. And he makes the catch. Well, that's not going to help Terry Francona's stress level.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Tied at 5 now.
Award-winning sports coverage every week. Call 800-984-5335 today for 50% off home delivery. The Boston Sunday Globe. Start the week off right.
The pitching line is brought to you by Nissan. A very tough inning for Bronson Arroyo last inning. Had to throw 40 pitches in the inning. He's up to the total of 83 pitches. 5 earned runs over 4 innings. And 4 of those runs coming last inning. Top half of the 5th inning, and Jason Giambi will lead it off. Red Sox had Mike Myers up last inning as Arroyo was going through the troublesome inning. Myers has since sat down. Arroyo back out there for another inning as he faces Giambi, Martinez, and Bernie Williams.
You know, it's like players who have a bad day. You know, sometimes you're out there and you can't wait for that game to be over. I would imagine the home plate umpire Gibson right now may be feeling the same thing. Still a lot of calls to be made in this one, though.
Royal falling behind 2-0. Breaking ball from Bronson and the strike call. Giambi is singled and grounded out to short. Right side shift on. Bellhorn in short right. The throw in the dirt dug out by Millar. Bellhorn's not used to throwing from that area in right field.
You know, that is one of the problems anytime a second baseman goes into a shift and making a throw that's not normal. And of course, out on the outfield grass, Bellhorn will throw it a little bit low, but picked out of the dirt by Millar. I remember playing second base, and I hated to go into that shift with a right-handed pull hitter, and I was like on the other side of second. I was afraid I couldn't reach first base if I got a ground ball.
There's Tino Martinez. Been on base twice tonight, a walk and a single. This will be pitch number 90 for Bronson Arroyo. And it's grounded out towards Bellhorn. A much more normal throwing action for him, and there's 2 down.
That's exactly what Arroyo needs right here, is a nice, easy, quick inning. Well, with CVS Pharmacy, you can expect something extra when a Red Sox home game goes extra innings. So the Sox bullpen records a save. CVS will donate $500 to Children's Hospitals, Boston.
On just 6 pitches, 2 outs for Bronson Arroyo. They're in the top half of the 5th inning. Now Bernie Williams. Arroyo is yet to have a 1-2-3 inning on the night, and he may now. Millar will need Arroyo to cover. He does, and a 1-2-3 inning for Bronson Arroyo. Halfway through this one, tied at 5.
Red Sox in style with a Grand Slam package from the Boston Marriott Copley Place. Get 2 Red Sox tickets and a 2-night stay for 2, including breakfast. You can choose from 10 games all season long. Contact the Boston Marriott Copley Place, the official hotel of the Boston Red Sox, at 617-937-5600.
Randy Johnson out there for the bottom of the 5th inning. Mark Bellhorn. Mark struck out his first time up. Randy Johnson with 6 strikeouts in the game tonight. Swing and a miss, and the count 1-2. Red Sox with 3 home runs tonight. 2-run home run by Jay Payton. In the 2nd inning, Edgar Renteria with a 2-run home run in the 3rd inning. And then the solo home run in the 100th of his Red Sox career, Jason Veritek. Solo shot that cleared everything in left and tied the score at 5. Swing and a miss, and Bellhorn strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. Strikeout number 7 for Randy Johnson. Now Gibson stepping out to say something to Randy Johnson with his mask off, and Johnson barking right back at him, Jerry.
Yeah, this is really crazy. I mean, Johnson's shaking his head. I don't think of the home plate umpire. They were just swinging a miss.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I mean, I think Johnson may be upset with himself, and all of a sudden Gibson's got the mask off again at Johnson. I mean,
very sensitive.
Randy's etiquette hasn't been really great tonight on the mound with the home plate umpire, but I don't think there was anything there. Once again, a look at the last pitch. Johnson shaking his head, and then then peeks back at home plate, and then the umpire says something. That would be very strange, wouldn't it? Not a swing and miss?
Swing and miss.
Remember how you like that night to be over?
Softly grounded towards Womack. And at second base, throws out Damon. And there's 2 down in the inning. 4 in a row now retired by Randy Johnson.
Maybe this is like hockey. You know how sometimes they try to even it up if you got the man advantage or 2-man advantage. You know, the Red Sox got 2 guys flipped out, the manager and the hitting coach.
Waiting for a makeup call.
Yeah.
I don't think it would take too much more from Randy Johnson. If he were to make another motion or something, I'm pretty sure that Greg Gibson would probably run him too.
He's already got that right arm ready to go, I think.
The strike to Renteria, and Edgar quickly down 0-2. A 7 strikeout night so far for Randy Johnson. Struck out the side in the 3rd inning. So a chop to third. A-Rod backs up on it. Normally trouble, but A-Rod makes the play as he throws out Renteria. In order to go the Red Sox tied at 5. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by Olympia Sports, by Subaru, and by Coors Light. Top of the 6th inning, tied at 5. And the top of the Yankees order to lead it off, Tony Womack, as Alan Embry warms in the Red Sox bullpen.
Any trouble at all for Arroyo in this inning? Matsui, the number 4 hitter in this inning.
Pitch number 95 of the night for Bronson. Arroyo, and grabs the corner for strike 1.
One of the few changeups we've seen tonight from Arroyo.
And on the grass at third is Bill Miller's. Womack tried to drop one down. It was about 3 steps in on the grass at third anyway. And now with 2 strikes, he'll back up. Arroyo enjoyed his first 1-2-3 inning of the ball game in the 5th. Center field, Damon. 1 down. Arroyo is retired 5 in a row as Derek Jeter stands in. Jeter with a double in the 3rd inning. He walked in the 4th. Has been on base twice tonight after grounding out to first base back in the 1st inning. First Yankees shortstop to be elected to start an all-star game since Bucky Dent back in 1981, as Jeter appeared to punch at it. Foul tipped, indicated by Greg Gibson. Pitch number 100 for Bronson. Arroyo. Jeter leaning, but it's the ball. 1-2.
Arroyo tries to follow up that fastball inside that was foul tipped with an outside fastball and just missed the corner.
Strike 3 call. Jeter frozen.
Well, isn't that the same pitch as Gary Sheffield in his last at bat?
Very much so.
Breaking ball about just above the belt. This time it's a strike. Last time it was a ball.
The see both pitches.
Here's the breaking ball to Sheffield, which was called ball 4. And here is the breaking ball that is called for a strike. And if that's the same pitch, you're not Donocello.
Sheffield stands in and takes the strike. That was just the first strikeout of the night for Bronson Arroyo. He's now retired 6 in a row. And is up over 100 pitches now at 103. Sheffield's been on base twice tonight, a single in the first, and the bases loaded walk in the 4th inning. His 8th RBI. Up the middle, Renteria ranging, and it gets under his glove and into center field. He was swung around towards the hole at shortstop. Had to go a long way anyway to try to retrieve that.
Yeah, I did. Playing, obviously, Sheffield to pull. And I don't think if he gets the ball, if he gets to it and gets the glove on it, he's going to get Sheffield at first base because he's going to have to spin around. Brad Mills making his way out of the dugout. And we mentioned with Matsui coming up, who is 3 for 3 tonight against Arroyo with 3 runs batted in. Embry will be called into the game.
So the pitching change from Fenway Park with the score tied at 5. Red Sox baseball.
Come on and get your kicks. Now you don't need the money when it looks like that, do you, honey?
All kinds of action tonight. The 3 home runs you just saw from the Red Sox in the ball game. Bronson Arroyo leaving after 5 2/3 innings, giving up 9 hits. Still responsible for Gary Sheffield, who's at first base. He cannot win it. He could lose it. With 2 outs here in the 6th, he turns things over to Alan Embry.
Embry making his 6th appearance of the season. You see Matsui 4 for 10 against Embry in his career. Total of 4 innings for Al this season, and he has given up a couple of earned runs. Opponents hitting 200 off Embry. Last time he worked was against the Blue Jays Sunday in Toronto, an inning in that game.
Saw the numbers for Matsui, 4 for 10 in his career against Alan Embry. And against Arroyo, 8 for 15 now. And for Matsui, 3 hits tonight to add to that total. Of course, the double back in the 3rd. Check on Sheffield, who's at first base with 2 down in the inning. Red Sox going to the bullpen for the first time tonight in the 6th inning. Bronson Arroyo in his 5 2/3 innings ended up walking 4 and striking out 1. Including 3 walks in the 4th inning. The Yankees scored 4 times. And Arroyo visibly frustrated as he walked off the mound and went back into the dugout. And his 2nd start coming in with a 1-0 record into tonight's action. Matsui hits it high and deep to right center field, but back there is Damon to make the catch that ends the inning. 5.5 done from Fenway, tied at 5.
Celebrating, the Red Sox have heard from fans all over New England, the United States, and beyond. Now there's a way to officially register as a citizen of Red Sox Nation. Become a card-carrying member by visiting RedSox.com and enjoy the benefits of the official Red Sox Nation citizenship program.
Randy Johnson back on the mound. He's retired 5 Red Sox in a row. Ramirez, Ortiz, and Millar expected here in the Boston half of the 6th inning. And he's 0 for 2. He's fouled out to first base and struck out swinging. One of 7 Randy Johnson strikeouts tonight.
Red Sox with only 4 hits, but 3 of them have been home runs.
Jay Payton's first home run of the year. Edgar Renteria's first home run of the year. And Veritek's third. Manny's still looking for his first home run of the season. Let's go back to 2003 for a drought this long, as he did not homer in the first 8 games to begin that season. Ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Ramirez. The second walk of the night given up by Randy Johnson. And for the first time tonight, the Red Sox have the lead runner on.
The designated hitter, number 34, David Ortiz.
David Ortiz 0 for 2. He's popped to short, struck out looking. Pitch number 80 from Randy Johnson, and Ortiz goes chasing. Ortiz baffled, changed his mind in the middle, but offers.
And throughout Johnson's major league career, I mean, he makes left-handers look bad. Slider again, back-to-back sliders to Ortiz, and kind of a half swing there by David.
In the air, down the left field line, Matsui heading into the corner, and he will make the catch up against the garage door, and racing back to the bag at first is Manning, and he just does get back. What a play by Matsui.
Yeah, what a play. You're right. I mean, you're going down in an area where it's very difficult for left fielders down in that corner. Not only that, he goes into the garage door area to make the catch. Bangs against the wall, able to hold the ball in his glove. The out call by the umpire, and then the attempt to double up Manny at first base. Well, that's a very good play by Matsui in left field.
So Ortiz retired, Ramirez still at first, and here's Kevin Millar. With a single in the second, he scored a run, and then he popped out to short in the 4th inning. 82 pitches for Randy Johnson in his first 2 outings. The first one against the Red Sox. He threw 95 pitches. Last time out in the no decision over 6 innings against the Baltimore Orioles, he threw an even 100 pitches. In each of his first 2 outings, he went 6. The 9-2 victory for New York against the Red Sox, and then an 8-5 win for New York at Baltimore, in which he got a no decision. As he works here in the 6th inning with 1 down.
One more changeups for Randy Johnson here the last couple of innings.
Red Sox have scored 5 runs on just 4 hits, as Millar sends one foul off to the right. Manny Ramirez at first base. Prior to Manny, all base runners have scored tonight. So the Red Sox have not left anybody on through the first 5 innings. Ramirez at first with 1 down.
Another changeup that time to Kevin Millar. You know, Millar, dead fastball hitter, likes to get out in front of that fastball, and in this at bat, he's seen 2 or 3 changeups. That ball down and away, and just able to make contact to stay alive. Change up again.
Missing for a ball, 1-2.
Looks like another one.
Strikes out Millar. The 8th strikeout for Randy Johnson, and there's 2 down.
You know, Millar has shown Johnson in the first 2 games that he's faced him that he can turn around his fastball. So Randy Johnson has made the adjustment by going to the off-speed pitch. And Millar out on that front foot.
8 Ks tonight for Randy Johnson. Of course, last year at the end of June, on June 29th, became the 4th pitcher in Major League history to reach 4,000 strikeouts. Became the fastest pitcher to accomplish the milestone. Doing so in 607 1/3 fewer innings than Nolan Ryan, the previous fastest. Look at the all-time strikeouts, only behind Ryan and Clemens. There's 204 games with 10 or more strikeouts, second only to Nolan Ryan's record. This one has popped up, foul ground. Tino Martinez. The Red Sox are gone in the 6th, tied at 5. First home run in a Red Sox uniform. The Red Sox had the 4-1 advantage. Back came the Yankees with the bases loaded. This controversial ball 4 call to Sheffield. A couple of ejections later for the Red Sox with Ron Jackson and Terry Francona going. And then the 100th home run for Jason Veritek of his career. And the Red Sox and the Yankees are tied at 5 as we head to the top half of the 7th inning. We should mention that for Terry Francona, it's the 4th time that he has been ejected from a game. The first time this year. He had been ejected 3 times last season. Prime rib, trying to figure out what the menu is going to be. And Alex Rodriguez leading it off. Jorge Posada. And then Jason Giambi. Embry begins the inning. Well, and Embry faced Hideki Matsui with 2 outs in the 6th inning and got him to fly to center field. Strike to Alex Rodriguez. Swing and a miss. Ball and 2 strikes.
Embry challenging with the 92-mile-an-hour fastball. A-Rod, of course, with the last run batted in for the Yankees, that bloop in front of Peyton back in the 4th inning. The big 4th inning for the Yankees.
Swing and a miss. Rodriguez down on strikes. First strikeout for Alan Embry. 2 for 13 now in the series is Alex Rodriguez.
And this fastball from Embry clocked at 93. Up and away from A-Rod.
Jorge Posada.
So with 1 down in the inning, Jorge Posada coming up. And this player profile is brought to you by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. 5th most among active players, 151 home runs as a catcher. Near the top in a lot of offensive categories among catchers over the last 5 years. Seeing Mike Piazza up near the top. 444 RBIs over the last 5 full seasons. It's the most by any catcher in the major leagues during the time span of 2000 through 2004. There's 117 home runs, trailing only Mike Piazza for home runs by a catcher in the major leagues. Last year walking a great deal. He was tied for third in the American League with 88 walks in 2004. He's tied with Mark Bellhorn and his teammate Gary Sheffield in that category. Bellhorn also with 88 base on balls last year. The 2-1 from Alan Embry. Limping away, and Embry falling behind 3-1. Jason Giambi waits on deck for New York.
KC will Posada be looking for a fastball middle in, something he can try to drive out of the ballpark.
To right field, Payton moving in and over to make the catch on the line drive. But the fastball was waiting on it and sends it the opposite way, but he's out number 2.
Yeah, that fastball up and away. It looks just a little bit away from Posada. Hit it well on a line, but right at Payton, ready to take just a couple of steps to his left.
Jason Giambi.
And a two-handed catch by Payton in right field.
Two down for Jason Giambi. He's got a hit tonight. He singled back in the second inning. Sends in a pair of groundouts. Swing and a miss, and the count 1-1.
Giambi ahead in the count 1-0, all geared up for the fastball. Instead he gets the breaking ball, and there you see the numbers. Not real good for Giambi against Embry. I believe that's the first breaking ball that Embry has thrown since being in the ball game. It's funny how pitchers, just a lot of them don't like to have sleeves on. You know, you saw Bronson Arroyo out there with no long sleeves. Same thing with Embry.
No matter how cold it is.
You know, then you got other guys, other pitchers who wear them even if it's 95 and humid.
Yeah. David Wells went without the sleeves on the cold opening night at Yankee Stadium. And a strike to Giambi. And the count even at 2-2.
One thing about playing early in the season, especially, you know, position players more so than the pitchers, you get layers and layers of stuff on that you know, just don't feel comfortable with.
Stuff that you can shed in June and July. 2-2 pitch to Giambi. It's a piece to stay alive. Ball game tied 5-5 in the top half of the 7th inning. Bases empty for New York. Giambi is just 1 for 17 lifetime against Alan Embry. Waiting on the 2-2. Slashes at it, sending it foul once again.
And Giambi missed one there. He got a breaking ball that just stayed inside, and that's generally a pretty good pitch for a left-hander to wiggle on.
Jason Giambi signing a 7-year contract with the Yankees. An option for an 8th. Signed that during the offseason of 2001. short right field with the shift on. Bellhorn will now give way to Jay Payton, who makes the catch. Alan Embry retiring all 4 batters that he's faced tonight. We're tied at 5. Dunkin' Donuts is in its 5th year of hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout. Special seating section at Fenway Park. Over 7,000 children have had the opportunity to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. Tied at 5 as we head to the home half of the 7th inning. Randy Johnson back on the mound dealing with the bottom third of the Red Sox order. Jay Payton, who hit a 2-run home run back in the 2nd inning, struck out in the 4th. Leads it off to be followed by Miller and Bellhorn in the inning. His first home run in a Red Sox uniform and his 2nd career home run off Randy Johnson. Eight of them last year in San Diego, his first of 2005. Jay Payton spending his entire career in the National League prior to this season. The Mets, the Rockies, and the Padres. He is 32 years of age, acquired from the Padres with Ramon Vasquez in exchange for Dave Roberts back on December 20th in this past offseason. And the right field line foul ground long run for Tino Martinez, and that bounces back into the crowd.
Doug Flutie get that one?
It was in his general direction. I don't know if he's still there. Keith Folk is up as the Red Sox bat here in the 7th inning. Alan Embry giving the Red Sox an inning and a 3rd. He retired all 4 batters that he faced. Perhaps we'll see a couple of innings tonight from Folk. He's up in the bullpen.
Chance of that, certainly, if the Red Sox get the lead. And he's throwing right now, as you mentioned, Don.
Randy Johnson in 95 pitches. A count of 2-2 to Jay Payton. Fouls it off himself.
Slided down and in and hitting right on top of the slider and right off the foot. Actually looked like it right off the back of the foot on the heel.
Line foul. Look out. Back into the seats.
Nice play by Doug Flutie again.
He's waiting patiently. Still got the glove on. Strike 3 call. Jay Payton with a look at Greg Gibson. You better be careful. As he walks away, takes with him the 9th strikeout of the night for Randy Johnson.
Some of the calls that Randy Johnson didn't feel like he was getting in the game tonight. He gets one here against Jay Payton. You see the ball expected inside. It's out over the plate. And strike 3 call. Payton not happy with the call. But you're right. You better be careful with Gibson tonight because he's in the mood.
Not a lot of wiggle room left for Greg Gibson and his temperament tonight. Ron Jackson was ejected from the game, as was Terry Francona. 4th time Francona's been ejected as the manager of the Red Sox. The 100th pitch of the night for Randy Johnson in there for a strike, and it's 1-1.
That's going to bring action now in the bullpen for the Yankees.
This will be the most pitches he's thrown in a game this season. Miller swings and misses at it. 1-2. There's Tanyan Sturtz, who has done so well against the Red Sox lately. Had some terrible outings against Boston as a member of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, but a new man in a Yankees uniform. Up the middle. Womack diving, but it gets through and into center field. A one-out single for Bill Miller.
Well, the first hit for the Red Sox since the home run by Jason Veritek back in the 4th inning. Right back through the middle. Left-hander falling off toward third base. No chance for Johnson. The dive by Womack, and it gets by him.
Well, the Yankees left 8 men on through the first 6 innings. The Red Sox have only left 1 base runner on all night.
Well, they've made their hits count tonight.
Manny Ramirez led off with a walk in the 6th inning. Never did advance, and he's the only base runner the Red Sox have left on all night. Miller's now at first with 1 down. The Red Sox. There's another check on Miller. The Yankees have left 24 men on base in the series. And that includes 8 tonight. It was the Red Sox last night who had a lot of chances. Couldn't get to Jarrett Wright. Rodriguez to second for 1 on to first, and it is in time, the double play. So Bellhorn grounding into the inning-ending double play. We're tied at 5 at the end of 7.
At Fenway Park, time to take a look at the road ahead, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. And the Red Sox get into the grind now as they say goodbye to the New York Yankees after playing them 6 times in the first 9 games. The Tampa Bay Devil Rays are coming up next, and that means we'll see one of the top athletes in Major League Baseball. Carl Crawford. No one has stolen more bases in Major League Baseball over the last 2 years. He's done well, Crawford has, against the Red Sox, hitting .321 in his career. Crawford already with an inside-the-park home run this year for Tampa Bay. He has a home run tonight to help Tampa Bay to a 12-6 lead over Baltimore. So the Devil Rays leave the Orioles behind and come up here to Fenway for a weekend series against the Sox as we get rid of the Yankees here until May. Guys.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. I think both the Red Sox and the Yankees are glad to be saying goodbye to each other for a while. A lot of games early on. And the Tampa Bay Devil Rays will be in. Keith Folk in here in the 8th.
5th appearance for Folk. His last coming Monday against the Yankees. An inning in that game, did have a strikeout. He picked up the first save of the year.
Tino Martinez leading it off as Randy Johnson throwing 103 pitches through 7 innings tonight. He has 9 strikeouts. Again, the 3 home runs allowed tonight. Alan Embry did a nice job retiring all 4 Yankees that he faced as he came in the 6th. Working all of the 7th. Retiring A-Rod, Posada, and Giambi in succession. Well, we've seen it before. Folk is not your typical closer. Stuff is not really typical of a closer. And the fact that he comes in a lot of non-save situations is not typical. And a guy who can go many innings. 28% of the time last year he went more than an inning. 23 of 83, the hard numbers. Leadoff walk to Tino Martinez to begin the 8th.
Of course, the key to Folk, the changeup, and a couple of changeups in that at bat, had trouble controlling him.
Number 51, Bernie Williams.
Looks like a pinch runner come out for Tino Martinez. Bubba Crosby, I believe, will be the runner at first base.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Pitch running for Martinez, number 19, Bubba Crosby.
So Crosby taking over at first base, held on by Millar. Bernie Williams 0 for 2 with a walk tonight from his number 9 spot in the Yankees order. Williams with a wild swing and a miss.
Good change up there from Folk. First pitch change up. He bounced a couple to Tino Martinez, but excellent pitch there.
Crosby with a little bit bigger lead at first as Williams backs off. Red Sox need a win tonight to win their first series of the season as they drop the first 2 series of the year. Yankee Stadium and Toronto. First time that's happened since 2000. Long pause, and Folk backs off, looks the runner back to the bag. Red Sox have not dropped the first 3 series to open up a season since 1958. They lost their first 4 series of the year. Williams taking a hack, down 0-2. Williams lofting it down the left field line, foul back into the seats.
LoJack is back again for another season. For every run of the Red Sox throw out on NESN, you have a chance to win a LoJack stolen vehicle recovery system. Log on to NESN.com and enter the date, opponent, and runner's name for your chance to win in the LoJack caught stealing sweepstakes.
Check on first, and Crosby back to the bag. These are the minor league numbers for Bubba Crosby in stolen bases. 97 of them. There he goes. The 0-2 pitch, strike 3 call, throw down, not going to be in time. And a strikeout for Bernie Williams for the first out of the inning, but now the Yankees have a runner in scoring position with 1 down.
Fastball right down the middle of the plate by Keith Folk to pick up the strikeout. Good jump at first base by Crosby. The throw's going to be toward the shortstop side, and easy steal. Well, the Yankees with a potential lead run in scoring position here with the 1 out.
Tony Womack, the top of the Yankees order, is 0 for 4 tonight. Did get on base in the 4th inning when he reached on a fielder's choice. And on the grass at third base for the moment is Bill Miller. He's taking a step in. He's right at the lip now.
You're going to worry too much about you coming in. If you slap a ball by Miller, of course, Ramirez is shallow in left field, so it's still going to be tough to score on a base hit to left.
Strike to Womack, and the count evens at 1-1.
Joe Torre would prefer her to have Womack swing the bat, try to drive that run in.
The Yankees at 1 point tonight, trailing 2-0 and 4-1. They had a lead of 5-4. And a strike in there, and it's 1-2. Red Sox, their biggest lead tonight, a 3-run lead, 4-1 after a 2-run home run by Jay Payton, 2-run home run by Edgar Renteria. And when they were trailing 5-4, home run for Veritek to tie the score 5-5 as it is here in the 8th. Womack had a notion but doesn't pull the trigger, and it's 2-2.
I imagine, that changeup, the finesse pitch, in cold conditions might be tougher to throw, just like a breaking ball is, a curveball. Tough to get the feel of the baseball.
And it is chilly here tonight, much colder than last night. Womack strikes out. They went up top to get him. He chases. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Keith Folk.
Yeah, they've been trying to do that to Womack when they get ahead in the count throughout the series, and this time he does cooperate and chase the high fastball.
It's been tough for Womack. 0 for 3 tonight with runners in scoring position. He's just 1 for 12 on the season with runners in scoring position. And he's the second out of the 8th inning. Crosby at second base, and here's Derek Jeter. Last time folks saw Derek Jeter was last Tuesday on the walk-off home run for the Yankees captain. This time he fouls it off to the right.
Yeah, that was on a ball that was out and away from Jeter. This last fastball that Folk threw him right here was on a ball that was inside.
Five for 17 in his career against Folk. Leadoff walk. Tino Martinez. Crosby running. He's now at second with 2 down. 1-1 to Jeter. In the dirt, smothered by Veritek. 2-1 now to Jeter. Red Sox pitching tonight with only 3 strikeouts, and 2 of them have come in this inning. Bronson Arroyo in his 5 2/3 innings walked 4 and struck out 1. He'll get a no decision tonight in his second outing of the season. Yankee starter Randy Johnson's gone the first 7, thrown 103 pitches. Three and 1 now to Jeter. First base is open. Gary Sheffield waiting on deck. Folks, 3-1 pitch. Jeter hits it in the air to right field. Payton switches around again and makes the catch back towards the warning track. Started over one shoulder, readjusted, and gets back there to make the catch that ends the inning. On to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 5.
5-5 as we go to the bottom of the 8th, and Derek Jeter gets the same pitch that he hit for a home run in Yankee Stadium. A fastball away across the short porch in New York, and the ball's a home run. Here we go tonight. Same pitch away. Goes that direction deep, but a much bigger right field here at Fenway Park, and it turns into an out.
Johnny Damon leading it off against the new Yankees pitcher Tom Gordon. Gordon taking over for Randy Johnson, who went the first 7 innings on just 5 hits. Red Sox came up with 5 runs, walked 2, struck out 9. Johnson threw 103 pitches.
5th appearance for Tom Gordon. 4 innings of work so far this season, and look at the opponent's batting average, .083.
On the ground and into center field. Red Sox have the lead runner on.
Well, Gordon quickly got ahead and tried to put Damon away with a curveball. Instead, Johnny takes it right back up the middle for the base hit. So an 0-2 hit for Johnny Damon to lead off the bottom of the 8th.
Number 16, Edgar Renteria.
So the Red Sox have their lead man on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Edgar Renteria showing bunt, pulls back and takes the ball. He hit the 2-run home run back in the 3rd inning. His first home run in a Red Sox uniform. 1 for 3 tonight.
Hey, Renteria went after that. You wonder if he was bunting on his own.
Check on first base, and Damon diving back. The Yankees have a new first baseman, Andy Phillips. Tino Martinez had been run for by Bubba Crosby and was left at second base to end the top half of this inning, and now Andy Phillips takes over defensively at first. Again, they check on Damon. Again, he's going to dive back head first.
Couple of throws at first base. 2 reasons, obviously, to keep Damon close. Also to see if Renteria is going to give away a bunt. Renteria only 6 bunts, sacrifice bunts a year ago. See, the reason I said that he probably was bunting on his own, when you see a right-handed hitter, that right leg drop back, a lot of times that's just like bunting for a base hit. You're not squaring around. You're dropping that back leg to try to drop one down.
Gets the signs from Dale Swaim as he steps back in. Ahead in the count, 2-0. A strike to Renteria. And it's 2-1 now. Renteria trying to get Damon into scoring position. You got Manny Ramirez waiting on deck. And in the grass at third is A-Rod, a step or two as they check on Damon again. He froze for a split second, but dives back head first. There goes Damon. Renteria charges one towards the gap in left center field. Off the wall. Damon coming around. He will score the go-ahead run, and the Red Sox lead it 6-5. What a night for Edgar Renteria, and it just keeps getting better.
Well, for those who have been waiting for Edgar Renteria, and he's been taking a little bit of heat here early in the season, I mean, this is the kind of player you got. The 2-run home run tonight, a 2-1 count with Damon off at first base. That ball down and in. No hesitation by Damon. He just continues to circle the bases and comes across with a go-ahead run. Here's Damon going around second base. Remember this last year was against Oakland, except it ended a game where Damon scored on a ball like that.
Edgar Renteria with his second double of the season. Manny Ramirez, 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. The Red Sox now looking to obtain some insurance. They've grabbed a run here in the bottom of the 8th. Manny out after the first one, 92 miles per hour.
Yeah, we're talking about that play a year ago against Oakland, and Russ Ken reminds me it was Orlando Cabrera that hit that ball and scored Damon. Well, this year it's Renteria.
And it was indeed Damon who came all the way around. As that one kicked up off the top of the scoreboard and hung there for a second, giving Damon more of a chance to score. Away 1-1 now to Ramirez. Well, the newfound lead for the Red Sox as we look ahead to the top of the 9th inning, and at the very least they'll have the 1-run lead. Sheffield, Matsui, and A-Rod. The heart of the Yankees order 3, 4, and 5 expected. And of course the Red Sox closer Folk already in the game, having worked the 8th. Manny sends it to left. Matsui moving in and making the catch for the first out of the inning.
Well, first base open with Ortiz coming to the plate. We'll see if they put him on and take their chances with Millar. Yeah, they're going to put him on. You see Posada giving the 4 fingers.
Ortiz will not have a chance.
He's hurt Joe Torre too many times to watch him hit in this situation.
This will be the first time Ortiz has reached tonight, and had been 0 for 3. All for it. Ortiz will make his way down after the intentional walk. Millar now making his way to the plate.
First baseman, number 15, Kevin Millar.
Millar with a single back in the second inning. Popped out to short in the fourth. Struck out in the sixth. One of the 9 strikeouts that the Yankee starter Randy Johnson had in the ballgame tonight. And they receive a no decision in this one. It's the Yankee starter going 7 innings for the first time this season. Tom Gordon on the hook for this one after he gave up the leadoff single to Johnny Damon, who'd score on the double by Renteria. And a line out by Manning for the first out of the inning, and then the intentional walk of David Ortiz. Runners at first and second, 1 down. Millar hits one high in the air to medium depth left. Matsui, as the wind plays with it, a little dance at the end takes care of out number 2.
Stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley will break down Randy Johnson's night, and they'll have a locker room reaction from both clubhouses, including manager Terry Francona, who was here very briefly tonight. Stay tuned after the game for a full hour of highlights, analysis, and interviews.
The captain of the Red Sox, Jason Veritek, tonight hitting his 100th home run in a Red Sox uniform back in the 4th inning. They tied the score at 5, and the Red Sox have grabbed a run and moved ahead here 6-5 in the last half of the 8th. Renteria at second, Ortiz at first, 2 down. Action in the Yankees bullpen as both Mike Stanton and Felix Rodriguez up in the pen. The 20th pitch of the inning for Gordon. And Veritek takes the ball, 2-1. Missed at 94 miles per hour that time from Tom Gordon. Lined, a fair ball down the right field line. Here comes Renteria around. He will score. Big Poppy being waved around. Poppy will score. To third goes Veritek. It's a 2-run triple, and the Red Sox lead it 8-5.
An altercation out in right field between Sheffield and a fan. Sheffield threw the ball back in, and then something happened very quickly as Sheffield went right back to that fan, and then quickly the security broke things up.
Well, kudos to the security, got there very fast.
I'm not sure what happened. It looked like Sheffield got hit in the mouth, but I'll tell you what, he turned quickly back toward that area. As soon as he got the ball back in, he was chasing it down around that corner. Now, here we'll see it.
Oh my goodness, right there, yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the B on his hat took a swipe, and then Sheffield goes right back at him. And it didn't look like he was reaching for the ball either.
Not at all.
No, that's terrible.
That is awful.
Well, we've seen too much of that stuff.
You see it so much where the bullpens are so close in other places. We saw it at Wrigley Field. We've seen it in different places, but this very unusual.
Yeah, they're going to get the right guy. There's no question about that. He's going to be out of here.
That's him right there.
Ball down the line. Now watch the fan have his hand come down and scrapes Sheffield right across the face. It's this guy right here. Is going to put the hand down and swipe right across Sheffield's face. And it didn't look like he was going for the ball.
Not at all. And the instant reaction by Sheffield.
Those other fans, you could tell as they were putting their hand down, were going right for the baseball. But this guy here is a little bit high and catches Sheffield right in the face.
He's a lot high.
And I'll tell you what, immediately, a lot of those fans were pointing him out right away.
Veritek ended up at third base. The Red Sox plated 2 runs. Well, an ugly situation here. Joe Torre talking over the umpires.
One more look as Sheffield gets hit there. He looks, pushes, then throws the ball back in and then heads back and restrained himself from that point on. And obviously everybody's scattering out of the way, and a security guy jumps right in there right away to get between Sheffield and the fan.
Well, all the umpires have made their way out there. They're making their way back in now. And Gibson's going to go out and talk to the other umpires.
Well, with all the attention obviously on that situation, the triple by Veritek drives in 2 runs, and the Red Sox now with a 3-run lead.
You know, the fan never gets the ball, but that's an interference and then some, I guess, when you punch a guy. As Veritek ends up at third base.
What's strange about it is the other fans are going down. You can see they're trying to reach for the baseball, which they shouldn't be doing anyway. But this guy was up a lot higher, and he just kind of took a swipe and got Sheffield right in the face. Veritek inside fastball rocket right down that right field line is going to hug the wall all the way around till it gets almost to the bullpen area. And here's where the incident does happen again, as we'll see on replay. Sheffield makes the play after getting hit, then pushes the fan, throws the ball back in. Popcorn beer is flying all over the place. It goes back, and fortunately from that point nothing else happened.
Number 7.
And security, as you mentioned, right there on the scene very quickly. Joe Torre will take the baseball from Tom Gordon. And the Yankees will make a pitching change here with 2 down in the last half of the 8th. And the problems for Tom Gordon over the last 10 games against the Red Sox. This includes the postseason last year, where he was out of gas after being used so much during the regular season, and they continue here tonight. 14 hits, 9 earned runs in 10 1/3. The Red Sox get to him so far for 3 runs in the 8th. As the Yankees have a pitching change, Boston on top by 3. Nesman is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, by your Boston area Lexus dealers, by Pepsi, by your local Lincoln Mercury dealers, by Acura, and by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox cable network. Two outs here in the last half of the 8th inning. All kinds of action from Fenway Park tonight. Red Sox have the 8-5 lead. The Yankees bring on Mike Stanton.
And that third appearance was on Monday, as you see, against the Red Sox, and hitting a couple of hits and an earned run, with Trot Nixon being called on the pinch hit. The call goes to Mike Stanton.
Nixon batting in Jay Payton's spot. Payton, of course, with the 2-run home run back in the 2nd inning. Veritek at third. Tom Gordon worked 2/3 of an inning, giving up 3 hits. And so far, 3 runs. He's responsible for Veritek, who's at third. Walked one. It was intentional. Did not strike anybody out. And right now on the hook with the Red Sox on top 8-5. This one cued off the end of the bat, rolling towards foul ground, and A-Rod makes sure. It was just as it went foul, he picked it up.
And the wise choice by A-Rod. He's way off the line against Nixon. Little dribbler down that third base line with a lot of spin on it. It'll finally make its way into foul territory, and that's when A-Rod picks it up.
Three for 16 for Trot Nixon against Mike Stanton. Nixon lines a foul ball down towards Canvas Alley.
And Doug Flutie gets another souvenir. Unbelievable. That's the 5th of the night.
It's been a busy area down there tonight. Starting with Doug Flutie's fine catch early on. The first foul ball of the game. Now some youngsters around him are getting baseballs.
If that was him, I'd have Flutie sign it. It's close enough, right?
That's right. 1-2. Strike 3 call. Nixon knew it, and that'll do the inning. Red Sox come up with 3. Head to the 9th. Boston on top 8-5. 8-5 Red Sox on top. This game summary is brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. And the Red Sox with 8 hits now in the game. It's been some home runs tonight for the Red Sox, 3 of them in all. As Jay Payton, the 2-run shot. 2-run shot for Renteria. Solo home run for Jason Veritek, and a 2-run triple for Veritek as well. Renteria with a 3 RBI night, including the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 8th inning. Volk, who had to wait a while, back out on the mound. He now has a 3-run lead. Gary Sheffield leading it off.
You know, we watched that incident a lot between innings, and the more you watch that thing, you wonder, you know, that gentleman that was down there that obviously has been ejected, he was looking and almost like waving to tell people not to touch the ball. I mean, that's a possibility. I don't know. I can't get into his head from here, but interested to see what he has to say about it to the security people.
The 1-1 to Sheffield, and the swing and a foul back. Let's see it one more time.
Now, if you look at him, he's looking down a line where people are reaching for the ball, and he swipes. There's no question he swipes and hits Sheffield. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
And the reaction by Sheffield, so right away.
Yeah, right immediately.
I mean, I don't know.
Best way is to keep the hands off the playing field.
1-2. Sheffield golfing it to deep left field, and that is high off the wall. Ricochet to Manny. And Sheffield into second base with a leadoff double to begin the 9th.
Sheffield's had a big night. 3 hits, a walk to bring in a run. And had the wind been blowing out here, that ball might have been out of here. That ball golfed by Sheffield. Low fastball that he hits off the top of the wall.
The left fielder, number 55, Hideki. Matsui.
So a 3-hit night tonight for Sheffield. He joins Hideki Matsui, who also has 3 hits and now stands at the plate. The Yankees into double figures in terms of hits now with 10. Matsui's hits tonight, 2 singles and a double. The only time he's been retired was in the 6th. Alan Emery got him to fly out to center field. All of his hits tonight off Bronson, Arroyo. Red Sox 3-5 coming into tonight's action, trying to win their first series of the season in their 9th game of 2005. And of course tonight already playing the Yankees for the 6th time in 9 games. The 2-1 pitch. Matsui grounding it down the first base line, foul. Dave McCarty has taken over at first base for the Red Sox defensively as Millar's come out of the game. And of course Nixon taking over in right field after he batted for Jay Payton in the last half of the 8th. 2-2 to Hideki Matsui. Fouled off himself, and it's still 2-2.
Excellent changeup by Folk. It's down, but Matsui just able to make contact and foul it off.
Second inning in a row for New York that they've had the lead runner on against Folk. Folk had walked Tino Martinez to begin last inning. A full count now to Matsui. This inning, Sheffield golfing one high off the wall in left field. A double to begin the 9th. Alex Rodriguez waiting on deck. 30th pitch for Keith Folk. And it's ball 4, and the tying run will come to the plate for New York. Let's check in with Eric Freed. Eric?
All right, following the story of the fan here who interfered with the play, and Gary Sheffield, the word from security here at Fenway is that he's been arrested, being held within the park right here. Don't know yet with what he's been charged, but all around, the security presence up a little bit. Police officers up and around as the tension picks up here in the park just a little bit, guys.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. Sheffield at second, Matsui at first. A-Rod standing in. A 1 for 4 showing tonight for Alex Rodriguez. He singled back in the 4th inning and it knocked in a run, his 4th RBI of the season. Folk falling behind 2-0.
Nobody up right now in the Red Sox bullpen.
Folk had to wait a long time between the 8th and the 9th. Gives up a double to Sheffield, a walk to Matsui. He's falling behind 2-0. And you're right, the bullpen right now is silent. A-Rod pops it up. Foul ground, but this will get back into the seats. Veritek and McCarty both giving chase. So that Folk had to wait a long time. To be more specific, he had to wait 23 minutes while the Red Sox were batting in the last half of the 8th. The incident in right field added to that time. Foul to the backstop, 2-2 to A-Rod. Red Sox won the first game of the series 8-1. They dropped last night's game 5-2. And enjoy an 8-5 lead here in the ninth. The Yankees are not going quietly. Folks, 2-2 pitch. A-Rod stays alive. Folk recorded 2 strikeouts in the 8th inning in his first inning of relief as he struck out Bernie Williams and Tony Womack. He has walked 2 since coming into the game as well, walking Tino Martinez last inning and Hideki Matsui this inning. Ball 3 and a full count to A-Rod. Jorge Posada waits on deck for New York. Rodriguez hits a high fly ball to left field. Back goes Ramirez on the warning track to make the catch. And back to the bases go the respective runners. Sheffield to second, Matsui to first. A long, scary fly ball to left, but Ramirez making the catch deep on the warning track for out number 1.
You know, we've seen maybe 3 or 4 balls hit tonight that if the wind is blowing in a different direction, it may be a different ball game. Breeze blowing straight in. I believed it held up that ball a little bit. That's the kind of ball a guy like A-Rod hits here at Fenway, and you figure it's got enough to get the wall. And that fell well short of the wall.
So 1 down, and here's Posada, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Yankees have had some deep outs against Folk. Derek Jeter sending one deep to right field. Folk to conclude the 8th inning on a ball that Jay Payton caught back on the base of the warning track in the 8th. Up and away, and it's 2-0.
There is action now in the bullpen for the Red Sox. Looks like Mike Timlin.
Dave Wallace heading out to the mound to talk to Folk.
Well, stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Tom Caron and Dennis Eckersley will break down Randy Johnson's night, and they'll have locker room reaction from both clubhouses, including manager Terry Francona's take on tonight's game. So stay tuned after the game for a full hour of highlights, analysis, and interviews.
There's one way to stay warm on a chilly night.
He will not be on the post-game show. That gentleman that was dancing.
This will be the 40th pitch of the outing for Folk, and it misses to Posada. Folk falling behind 3-0. Besides Matsui, the Yankees have struggled with runners in scoring position. A strike, and then it's 3-1 to Posada. Folks throwing 41 pitches, 21 for strikes. On the ground, but foul outside of first. Hit hard by Posada. And a full count now. Had been 3-0, but it's full now. On deck, Jason Giambi. Sheffield doubled to begin the inning. Matsui walked. A-Rod hitting one to the track in left field for the first out. Tying run at the plate for New York, and the 3-2. Foul down the left field line. Polk gets a sign from Veritek, and the 3-2 pitch to Posada. Popped up left side. Into short left goes Renteria. 2 down in the 9th.
Well, Polk that time gets Posada to maybe chase ball 4. That pitch looked like it was up and out of the strike zone. Posada chases it and pops it up to Renteria.
Number 25.
That's definitely ball 4.
You understand that fan has been ejected tonight for fan interference. I want to make that clear. The Red Sox have notified us that he has been ejected.
Not arrested.
Not arrested. The Red Sox have made that statement. A 1-0 pitch. This thing up top. Focus had to work from behind. And he's behind here 2-0. The center fielder Damon, a step or 2 towards right center, somewhat of a gap in left center. A strike over the outside corner to Giambi, 2-1. On deck, the pinch hitter and Ruben Sierra. New bat for Phillips. The Red Sox would like to finish it off here with Giambi standing in and 2 down. 3-1 now to Giambi. After the double and a walk, Polk has come back to get Rodriguez to fly out. Posada to pop out. 2 down in the 9th. Giambi fouls it off, and it's a full count. The runners will be in motion as Veritek makes his way out to talk to Polk. Gary Sheffield at second base. Hideki Matsui at first. 2 down in the 9th. Polk with a 3-2 pitch. Giambi stays alive.
50 pitches now for Keith Polk in this outing tonight. And 31 of those coming here in the top of the 9th.
With a 3-2 pitch to Giambi once again. Ball 4, he walks in, and this will load the bases for New York. 3rd walk given up by Polk, and that pitch count continues to grow.
No argument from the Red Sox here as the ball is up and away from Giambi. Well, that base hit by Veritek, looking awfully big in this one right now.
Giambi will be run for.
It's like Ray Sanchez.
It is indeed Ray Sanchez.
Pitch running, number 26, Ray Sanchez.
He represents the tying run standing at first base.
28, Ruben Sierra.
Ruben Sierra will pinch hit for Andy Phillips with 2 outs and the bases loaded here in the 9th. Ball 1 to Sierra. Very deep in right is Nixon.
Whole outfield deep, Don. Whole outfield right now, trying to prevent that tying run from scoring from first base on anything in a gap.
Sierra pops it up. Foul ground coming from third is Miller along with Veritek. Veritek catches it, and the Red Sox win. A little drama in the 9th, but the Red Sox hold on, and the Yankees leave them loaded. Well, the Red Sox take 2 out of 3 from the Yankees as they win their first series of the season. And what a way to end it.
Yeah, Jason Veritek going right over to the stands along with Bill Miller. We saw Miller make a sliding catch early in the game, and this time it's Jason Veritek with a nice catch to end this ball game. Right in the webbing of that catcher's mitt.
Well, 3 hours and 13 minutes. The Red Sox winners tonight as they win 8-5. And as Jason Veritek with the great grab, Bill Miller alongside. The Red Sox win it, take the series against New York. Step aside, come back with more after this.
Adolphus began brewing Budweiser. Getting an ice cold beer in the West wasn't even possible, so he came up with an idea. Refrigerated railroad cars and ice houses along the railroad in order to get Budweiser across the country in the freshest possible condition. That sure made a lot of cowboys happy back then. Today, we take the same pride in bringing our customers not only the very best tasting beer, but the freshest beer possible.
On DVD tomorrow, as the fate of a country hangs on the edge of a sword.
This land is the last outpost of freedom.
A warrior will lead a nation.
Guide my hand and Excalibur.
His story will become a legend. From producer Jerry Bruckheimer and director Antoine Fuqua. Own the unrated version, not shown in theaters.
If this be our destiny, so be it.
King Arthur, the director's cut. Own it tomorrow on DVD.
Every great story starts with a great adventure. Introducing the all-new Nissan Pathfinder. The 270 horsepower engine, 3-row seating for 7. Refined interior with GPS navigation and DVD entertainment. And more off-road capability than ever before. Because you can't talk about the mountaintop unless you actually see the mountaintop. Tell better stories in the new 7-passenger, 270 horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
Dynasty, a television phenomenon. Action. This is the behind-the-scenes story.
You're getting me all wet.
Sorry.
I didn't say I mind.
A world premiere. Dynasty, the making of a guilty pleasure. Sunday, January 2nd, 9/8 Central, only on ABC.
So that's Brady's second interception of the game, John, and Sammy Knight with both of them.
Sammy Knight, I think, baited Tom Brady into that one. We talked about how they were usually staying too deep, a deep here, a deep here. This time, Sammy Knight here starts up. Tom Brady reads it as 2 deep. It ends up as a 3 deep, and you see right there, Sammy Knight is the safety. He wasn't deep.
Now with this drive starting at the 43, that's Travis Minor going through the middle for a gain of 8. Getting a little frisky down there.
It has been. I mean, I'll say this: Miami Dolphins have only won 2 games this year, but they still have the fight in them. And You know, people say, how do they play? Well, there's only one way to play. There's a game, and you have to play, and quitting is never an option.
Second and a deuce from the 35-yard line. Minor exploits that little bit of a hole for a gain of 7, and that's a first down for the Dolphins at the 30-yard line.
You just see 29 in there, Earthwind Moreland. Wouldn't you think that somewhere they're going to see this on first down and go to work on him? The last time we had him, anytime they found Moreland, that was the guy they were going to go after.
Yep.
He's now playing out here at the right corner.
Replacing Randall Gay. And a 5-yard pickup here for Travis Minor. So they've stayed on the ground. 3 runs since taking over on the turnover. Mike Vrabel made the tackle for New England.
Well, you know, we talked about that defense that the Patriots were using at the end of the game, where they didn't have any at the end of the half, where they didn't have any defensive linemen in there. They had, you know, all linebackers and defensive backs, and the way to get them out of that is run the ball. And I think that's probably what the Dolphins talked about, and that's keeping the Patriots out of that defense thus far.
And successfully so far in the 3 runs by Travis Minor. They picked up a first down, and now it's 2nd and 5, and that one is knocked down squarely at the line of scrimmage. Willie McGinnis got the whole hand on it, not just fingers. McGinnis, the #1 draft choice out of USC in 1994, 11th year as a New England Patriots. Stellar career.
Yeah, and he's one of the guys that makes this defense go. I mean, he's one of the edge players. He can play the edge like a linebacker. He can pass rush like a defensive line. They have him on one side. They have Mike Vrabel on the other side, and that is a very big part of this Patriot defense.
3rd and 5 now. Under pressure, Feely gets it away, and going down and making the catch is Chambers. So they convert on 3rd down, and will set it up at the 16, 1st and 10.
See, this Miami offensive line is doing a lot better in pass protection. The first quarter, they couldn't hold anything out. And then Feely started to move a little and play action pass, and then they got back their pass protection, although he did have a free rusher coming from his backside on that one.
First down at the 16-yard line. Troy Brown comes in for the Pats in this defensive set. Feely. Nowhere to go, and McGinnis will wrap him up for the sack, and a flag is thrown.
And we talked about the Patriots when they had the defense with no defensive linemen in. These last couple of plays, they just had 2 defensive linemen, 4 linebackers, 5 defensive backs.
Face mask, number 55, defense. That's a 5-yard penalty from the end of the run. It's still first down.
McGinnis.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Al. I was just saying, watch Mike Vrabel here. He's the other edge player, number 50. He's going to be the first guy in there, and he forces him up. And then the other edge guy is McGinnis, and he gets him, but he also gets a face mask. So they have Vrabel coming from one side, McGinnis coming from the other side.
And as Walt Anderson said, enforced from the end of the play, so it's first down and 8 from the 13-yard line. Minor looking for room, but gets surrounded by 4 white shirts. Mike Vrabel primarily. 3rd quarter of the season for Miami. Take a look at this. And that's, you know, through 13 games, 13 points. So they've gotten killed in the 3rd period. Just 1 touchdown and 2 field goals.
Jim Bates says we're going to change that right here. We'll start scoring in that 3rd quarter right now.
2nd down and 6 from the 11-yard line. Pressure, gets it away, and then it's dropped. And that has been a bugaboo for Miami in the last few weeks, in particular last week against Denver. Dropped balls at the end. McMichael dropped it. Feely was under pressure that time from Ted Johnson.
And Ted Johnson just comes right up the middle on this. Watch, the center blocks one way, the right guard blocks out. No one blocks Ted Johnson. Can't blame the quarterback for that one. I mean, he's lucky that he got that thing away and incomplete.
3rd and 6, just inside the 11-yard line. Halfway through the 3rd quarter, New England up by 4. Blitz again. All kinds of pressure, but he gets it away for a first down as the catch is made by Darius Thompson at the 2. Troy Brown that time blitzed. Everybody coming for New England, but Feely able to get it away, and it's Thompson who makes his first catch of the night.
They even blitzed Troy Brown on that play. He was on the slot. He's going to come blitzing right here. See him come blitzing off the slot. So Feely knows that he has someone right there in the middle where Troy Brown comes from. See, Troy Brown comes from that side. He had 2 receivers out there.
Travis Minor is the running back. He'll get it on 1st and goal. Gets upended and scores. Head linesman comes in, signals touchdown, and Miami has the lead.
Look at Minor here. He's heels overhead. See, nothing touches the ground now. See, he comes in again. The ball has to break the plane before anything touches the ground. Nothing touched the ground on Travis Minor.
Murray adds the extra point. And so New England in a situation they've been in rarely this year, trailing. 6:50 to go in the 3rd. 17-14 Miami.
This holiday, discover the magic at Radio Shack. And even if you've waited to shop, our last-minute sale has great deals on gifts. The Stargazer on your list will love this desktop telescope, only $19.99. Sports fans will love Meade Capture View digital camera binoculars, just $49.99. Or give your driver our exclusive digital tire gauge, only $12.99. Last-minute savings right in your neighborhood.
Only at Radio Shack.
Hey! Where you been? Well, we needed a break from the city, so we hop in our new Nissan Pathfinder. We drive to a small town and here, hey, you got calzones here? So we go even farther and find a dude ranch, see horses, see cowboys, see a guy saying the best pizzas at Lombardi's. We head off-road to go hiking in New Mexico. New Yorkers, mud baths at the hot springs. Hey, I'm in your building. We drive farther and farther down a canyon, across a river to the most peaceful, secluded, far away from the city place, and we realize we missed you guys. Hey.
The new 7-passenger, 270-horsepower Nissan Pathfinder.
When your shaver doesn't shave close, everybody hurts.
Monday Night Football brought to you by Nissan. Everything we touch, we ship. And everything we ship, we try to make better. Buena Vista Home Entertainment. Own King Arthur on DVD December 21st. And Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. Orange. Miami Dolphins wore it last year against Washington.
What do they call those jerseys when they wear orange? They're not throwback. They're
merchandise.
I know it's merchandise, but they have to have a word. They have the word for it.
Alternate jerseys.
Alternate, yeah. Alternate jerseys. We'll buy anything.
That's right.
Merry Christmas.
At the 6-yard line, one hopper taken in by Patrick Pass to the 29-yard line. 6:43 remaining in the 3rd quarter. In Miami, it's a ball game. New England with its hands full. Dolphins are up by a field goal.